go. That microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board today. It is a happy Sunday, January 22nd, here in wonderful Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And where did Puggy go? I am not sure. He was there on the screen. There he is. There is a Puggy. Piggy, I hope you see him. He's right there. He's doing his thing, impersonating you, and that is what we've got. Anyway, a little bit of fun there with the pictures. Thank you, Sharon Stewart. I can hear you, Dr. Fox, today, 2000. Happy Sunday. You have sunshine. Yes, there is sunshine here, which is really, really nice. Anyway, we're going to hide Puggy for now. And Linda Schoof, thanks for stopping in. And hello from the lounge. Okay. Glad to have everyone on board. First, we'll go through and say hello to our moderators. Welcome, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and C&D Boy and Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields and Gary 24/7 Live AZ Skies. I'm glad to have you all on board, or at least some of you. And I do see a Piggy in the channel, which is or in the chat, which is really nice. And I see a bunch more people I got here as well. So, and wonderful to have you all on board. And that is nice to be able to see what's going on. Anyway, we have a situation we need to address. Take a look there. We have a buffalo on the sidewalk. And that buffalo decided to leave the sidewalk. It spotted a Sasquatch and got scared. The Sasquatch is going the other way now. I guess he's afraid of the buffalo as well. So they're afraid of each other, which is probably a good thing. That way no one gets harmed or hurt. Yep, they are roaming. And I was watching it earlier. It was walking down the sidewalk by the beehive vent. There in Yellowstone. I thought, that is pretty cool. Anyway, there he goes again. He's on his way. Hopefully, the Sasquatch is retreating. And hopefully, that buffalo is now going across country. He's going to cut him off. Oh, no, Sasquatch going to continue to head away. Definitely doesn't want to be in there. And yeah, between the Sasquatch and the buffalo, I don't know. That Sasquatch needs to retreat faster. Yeah, but that buffalo seems to see that and go after him. The buffalo looks like he's roaming elsewhere. And all right, things will be safe again. And nobody's going to get mauled today. We won't see any carnage. Darn it, I was hoping, but that's okay. Okay, a buffalo is headed out of there. Darn it, I was hoping to get better ratings. Yeah. Anyway, the buffalo is just about gone there, so the Sasquatch is heading back down the sidewalk, and the buffalo is turned and viewing him again. And the Sasquatch decided, no, maybe I'm going to go the other way. That is, buffalo is still there. And he's retreated some. And he's keeping a careful eye on that buffalo. It is definitely a standoff. Rated R for run. Yeah, RF for run fast. But you do realize that a buffalo can run somewhere around 40 miles per hour if in a real hurry. And I certainly wouldn't want to be standing around and picking a fight with one. And anyway, let's get at things here. And welcome to everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board today. And let's see, first person in today was JB, and JB gets the cookies. So congratulations, JB, and glad to have you on board. And we'll say hi to everyone in a second here. I think they zoomed back out a little bit. No, they didn't. That Sasquatch is still not sure of whether he wants to continue down the sidewalk the other way. It's all good. I'm sharing all of those cookies with everyone. Excellent job, JB. Very kind of you. Anyway, let's say hi to everyone in the channel first, and then we will get at things. And I see we are up to 30 people in there. And yeah, they have pointed it back at the Beehive event there. And I had watched that buffalo meander right across the whole thing. It was kind of cool to see him go from right to the left side. So pretty cool. And he was just, you know, very nonchalant going along, going, who can I gore today? Anyway, let's get at it and put this back over to Hawaii for right now. And you see, it's a very nice weather there in Yellowstone, so that is awesome. So we'll start by saying hello to Alba Girl and Sue Hayes, and let's see, Kananaskis Country, and Tom Dice and Pepper, and Alba Girl, and Henry and Sasha, and Scott Hartman, and Peter Greenlees, and Hermione and Fluffy. And let's see, who else we got? We got JB, of course, who got the cookies. Sebastian is back. Welcome back. Henry Nelson also here. And Sharon Stewart, I can hear you. Buffalo are masters of goring, alas. Yes, they are. You don't want to be too close when you have an 1,800-pound animal staring you down. You need to rethink your plans really, really quickly, and that is not to sit around. Welcome to Adele, welcome, and let's see, Linda Schoof also in the house. Good to have you on board. We got Peter Super Dave 44, and for those who don't know Super Dave does just about daily streaming as well, and on all kinds of various subjects. So if you guys haven't checked out Super Dave's stream, Super Dave 44, he's a nice guy, and you can definitely pop over to his stuff and have a look and see what he's got going on there. He's got different subjects and interesting things sometimes, and you know, he has a sense of humor as well, just like me. Sort of. Anyway, that's all good. Let's see, we got Adele, we got Scott, Peter, we got, and still scrolling up, looking for more wonderful people that popped in here. And let's see, we got Hermione, got Fluffy, got Lizoid. If I didn't say hi to you already, welcome. And Kananaskis Country, of course, we got, and Henry, we got. Okay, still scrolling up to see who else. Brian, Perfectability 999, also in the chat, and still going up, looking for more wonderful people. And Connie Tyree, also here. Welcome back, Connie. And let's see, who else we got? Still scrolling, looking for more good people. Well, they're all good people. Sasha is in the house. Welcome back, Sasha. And let's see, who else may we have up here? Got Lizoy, got Sasha, got Brian, and still scrolling. Tetra is in the house, wearing her warm woolly coat. Welcome, Tetra. Glad to have you on board. And let's see, who else? Okay, I've scrolled up as far as I can go, and don't see anyone else there. And hopefully I've got all of you. If I did not call your name, like Echo, the bot, you may yell at me and say, hey, you didn't call my name. but you know, Echo the Bot is here, and then we've got Empty Coal Forge in the house as well. And I think that is just about good for names. Alba Girl, I don't know if I mentioned you. I think I did, but we'll make sure that we got you. Anyway, all right, the snout bopping continues. Yeah, there was a would never yell at you, sir. Well, I'm glad to hear that, and that is awesome. And hopefully you got your channel rolling a little bit there, Echo, and glad that we could help you out and get over that 100 mark. That is always a tough achievement, if you will, to get that. So still over 100, well, you got to keep plugging away. That's the only way to do it. And get it plugging, no, is that like a pugging? I don't know. Is it pugging away? Plugging away. Okay, it's a pugging away. All right, Piggy, you take it easy. I know that competition is fierce between you and Puggy, but keep at it. You'll win for sure. I guarantee it. And what the pug? Yeah, it happens. It happens. They are dueling snout bops, and that is the way we do things here. Anyway, a beautiful day outside here in Edmonton. A little cooler. I see more Sasquatch action there near the beehive vent, and you can tell he's all dressed in his black wares there. So pretty cool. But anyway, let's go back to where we belong. And of course, our wonderful Kilauea, which is on the screen, is been doing exactly what it has been doing for a while. And let's see, I wanted to make sure my mouse was working. Oh, that's not the one I want to be on. This one, show that mouse. So I was kind of wondering, you know, I've been really trying to figure out how high this is coming out. And at some points in time, it actually is about 15 meters in height when it jets up. So somewhere around 30, 40, 50 feet when it really goes high. So when we're seeing it at this level, it's always hard and difficult to make judgments as to how high that plume is. And that's actually probably somewhere around 5 to 10 meters on average. So somewhere around 15 to 30 feet roughly. And when you're looking at it from afar, it doesn't quite look that way, but it is. So it is definitely doing its thing. And we see multiple outflows, and the lava, because it continues to pop into here, and keeping this 25-acre pond open for lava business and flow is quite interesting. So let's pop over to the other pictures there for a second. We will just look at that. This one, of course, from 3:39 a.m. and gives you a little bit of an idea what the other stuff looked like. And that one had a little bit of a outbreak over here at that point. We can see in the back, we see a little bit more of an expansion again. And as I had been mentioning before, pardon me, the lava pond up here, if you want to call it that 25-acre lake, is actually quite high, and it keeps on building its little berm walls around the edges, and of course forever, you know, building up and then spilling out a little bit and then building up some more. So very unique. This was one of the earlier pictures, 3:40 a.m. and that was pretty cool to see that. Looks like the lava pond, the old one, is definitely showing fresh lava and some real nice contours to it as well. We still see this little secondary one that's just beyond Pig Island, and very cool. And we can kind of see the outflow here has changed a little bit, so it has been building and flowing, reflowing a little bit as well, changing the shape of that lava pond, if you want to call it that. Looking at the thermal, this is something interesting. Remember, we were talking about this stuff in the front here, and again we see more lava right along the sides. So very, very interesting to see this material here, where we think that everything is over on the other side. Well, so we are seeing it a little closer to the camera base as well. And I find that a little bit fascinating. So we know there's all kinds of perforations in there. And of course we see the level within the old lava pond is still very, very low, because this area seems to have risen up, or is a little bit higher than the outflow over here, and even this area. You do still see the old toe spot, so pretty neat and pretty awesome. And let's go over to our next picture. Of course, this is from the B1 camera. That is a little lower down in the caldera, and you can definitely see the odd shape that it's kind of created over here. Let's refresh that, see if it looks any different. And you can certainly see an outflow, and now that the smoke is out of the way, and you can definitely see that right in here. So and possibly some new flow in that area as well. The berm or lava dam that it had built up had been breached multiple times in these areas. So very, very interesting to see that. And of course out in the back, which we can't see, which is kind of the way it is, we do still see quite a bit of smoke coming from that other area. Makes you wonder what is going on. But did I refresh that thermal? I don't think I did. Let's refresh the thermal and take a look at it from there. There we go. And that you can see the newer flow on the edges here, and that lava that's been flowing out a little bit. So very cool to see that. Actually, in this one, you can see down on the bottom, this is not flowing anymore. It has cooled, and maybe we'll see some more stuff going on in the near future there on the bottom as well. So pretty awesome. And yeah, that is our wonderful Kilauea doing its thing. And of course that is from about 1:15 this morning. If we go back to the live shot, and we'll get you there, that is what it is looking like. And you can see some birds flying over top of the lava. I'm just finding that pretty awesome that these birds will actually dare to do that. But hey, it is the way it is. They got to do their thing too. I don't know if there'd be bugs or something flying over top of that hot lava area, but it could be. Ooh, still bubbling. Ooh, yep, it is definitely. And you definitely see our Gator Island here still existing. Looks like he's turned slightly and is looking to the this left side direction a little bit more. And here you can see on that side where we had some outflows, as well as a couple of breaches over in this spot. Some of the older stuff here, and I'm not sure if this is older lava dam or if we are getting cracks in here. It's kind of suspicious looking, and I'm not sure, but to me I think it might be older lava dam stuff that it's now receded and moved a little bit. We do see right here there's a fair bit of lava, and we may see a breach coming here very soon. So we'll keep an eye on this and see what happens in our very, very near future. And it would be nice to see another spill. I like watching the lava flow. Yeah, Mega Gator. Yeah, he's definitely put his head out of the lava. He's a mega lava gator. A lava-gator. Like a navigator, but lava-gator. Alright, so pretty cool. And we do see some other smooth spots here where some of that Pahoehoe style thin lava has kind of settled in and is cooling, getting a crust on top as well. Pretty awesome stuff, but let's go zipping around looking at other places. And new movie, The Lava-Gator. Mega-Gator. Yeah, coming to a theater near you. Watch the Lava-Gator eat everything in its path. Oh, a digestion. Anyway, let's see if we can pop over to Iceland. And it's dark there already, unfortunately. I'm going to, oh, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm in the wrong place. I went to Japan. I was supposed to go to, why am I not seeing it? Where is it? Oh, there. I see why. I was supposed to go to Reykjavik. I ended up in Sakurajima shots there. But we'll get into Reykjavik here, and let's see what it looks like in Iceland. Foggy, and I don't know if it's raining or snowing or what it is. No, we're not at Kilauea anymore. We're in Iceland now. I like traveling at the speed of light, and only took a few seconds to get there. Anyway. That is what the present view is. Of course, you can see the big beacon going around up top there, saying, hey, don't hit me. I'm here. I'm the Perlin Center, which has a steam vent inside it. And I don't know if they're actually making power there or not, but pretty cool. Welcome, Layla. Glad to have you on board. And also a welcome to Kevin Haynes, if I didn't say hi to you. And let's go and take a look at the other one. And of course, they still haven't fixed this camera view. I'm sure they're going to work on it and get it happening soon. Next one is, of course, our wonderful shots of looking at Katla. Don't you like that view? Let's back that up a whole bunch and see if we can actually see it today. And I don't think we can. They did have more snowstorms and stuff over there, and snowy and rainy, and no, we have zero visibility. If we go check out, do we get any rainbows? No, I don't think we get any rainbows either. You can see the camera shaking a little bit. It definitely is telling you that it is windy there, but looks foggy and perhaps raining over on the other side. And that's kind of what we've got for a day. And let's see if we had anything else. Maybe some rainbows in there. No rainbows. Definitely moving in a little bit closer. Those clouds, of course, are very low in Iceland. And that is because it is right on the ocean for the most part, and that's what happens. You don't get that major uplift. Everything comes in at sea level or just slightly above it. And we did see some blue sky a little bit, but it was windy. You can almost make out Katla in the background. Very, very hard to see though. And let's see if it cleared up any at all. During the good times, no, that cloud seems to be lingering in the background, and we can't seem to find an empty spot. So that's what we've got there. Let's put that one back on live. We'll move to the next camera view, and of course this is on the Reykjanes Peninsula, and you can see the two naval towers, the radio towers there. and of course the light from the lighthouse that goes around, and of course most of that shines out into the ocean. And anyway, you do see the lights of Grindavik, the town of Grindavik, and then over here, of course, the power plant. Let's and we don't have any glow from Reykjavik on this shot. We know it's horribly cloudy there, so going back about 10 hours, we can see what we've got. What the hitting me, Hermione? What? What's hitting you? Hope nothing. Anyway, you see how everything is shaking? That is because it is really, really windy there at that point in time. We do see one of the steam geysers right there. And this one here is kind of coming towards the camera a little bit, kind of hiding it. And the power plant, and of course the geyser over here that they're harnessing for making electricity. So no giving the paw. Thistle learned give a paw today, not hitting me. Oh, that is excellent. So I'm happy that Thistle is getting smarter. And Thistle is really a nice looking dog. And we'll maybe show you a picture of Thistle when we get to the end of the bacon seeds. If I can remember, and somebody remind me, that would be good. No, JB, not an earthquake. It is just wind, horribly windy there. So actually, if you bring up, well, I'll do that. We'll bring up the weather just so you can see what kind of wind action we're happening. There you go, 28 miles per hour or 45 kilometers per hour wind. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Piggy. So quite windy there, and now he thinks I'm hitting you. Nobody's hitting anybody. It was between Puggy and Piggy that we had that conversation. Or discussion or something. Anyway, let's carry on, and we will get over to the harmonic tremor charts for Iceland. And there we are seeing what is going up and down. And we definitely had a very good upshot here. And I thought, oh, are we going to see some action? And we see that. And our red, of course, or sorry, purple is way above the line. I thought maybe we're going to see something, but then we see the downward curve. I'm going to refresh that, by the way. And there we go. And that is more accurate now. And we see that we are on a downward trend once again. Quick peek at some of the other ones, and we'll take a look and see if Grindavik is working yet. On the way by, we'll have a look at Grimsey, and you can see Grimsey is also going way up, and that is usually an indicator when we see it on both ends of the island that that it is a tectonic movement of sorts. Anyway, nothing on the Grindavik chart. That is still giving a no signal, and let's see if we can go to Kristavik and just have a quick peek there. And where are we? There is the Kristavik chart. It too went up and is heading back down. So that is an indicator that whatever it was is likely a tectonic movement of sorts. So yeah, and I do want to emphasize though, with tectonic movement, there is always the potential of magma intrusions when plates are moving, and we'll keep our trotters crossed, as Piggy said, hoping that we'll see something happening there. And real quick peek at the earthquakes, and unfortunately not a heck of a lot of earthquakes today. There we are seeing a 30 for the count in the last 24 hours. And of course, we are not seeing anything on most of the peninsula here, unfortunately. Of course, for those who aren't familiar with it, here's Keflavik International Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Yardvik, And of course, down here at Grindavik, and our two radio towers, there they are, the ones we've seen. And then, of course, we have the other area there, the famous Blue Lagoon, and that is it there. And if we slide over to the other side, there's the power plant. And of course, that is right near the Grindavik area. If we zoom back out, you can see the outline here. That is, of course, our Fagradalfjall area. And that is where our wonderful Ragnar is, and the Siggy Fisher. And if we back out a little bit, this is where Kristuvik is located, so not too far away from Fagradalfjall. But we don't see any quakes till we get out here. 1.78 from 6.7 kilometers down, 8:37 this morning. Then we see a little bit of a stack here, and we'll start out with a 0.5, 4.2 kilometers down from 12:01. Then a 0.8, 5.4 kilometers down at 10:24, then a 1.23, and that is 5.4 kilometers down, and 10:12 was the time on that. Then we've got a 10:04, a magnitude 1.71, and that is 4.9 kilometers down. We also have a 1.01, 5.4 kilometers down at 22 minutes after midnight. And let's slide over a little bit more, see if we see anything else. Well, we have another whole stack. Let's grab this guy up here before we forget about him. From a 1715, a 1.1, and it's a 12.4 kilometers down, fairly far. So some definite volcanic action. It is time for me to take a break. So what we'll do is we'll restart on this one, and we'll see what we've got going on with the rest of the quakes. And we'll throw you back over onto Kilauea, the wonderful caldera there, and hopefully we'll see some weird stuff happening. I'm hoping. Anyway, we'll leave you right there. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying the show, please do consider hitting the like. And of course, our target is well over 100, which will help out with the YouTube analytics. As well as for those people who are not subscribed yet, please do consider subscribing. And we have it set to a subscriber mode only, so you have to be at least 1 minute before you can chat in the chat box. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to throw some music back on. Keep smiling. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thank you. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And thank you to Scott Hartman and Piggy. Welcome back, fabulous Dr. Fox in all his glory. Thanks. And thanks JB and Alba Girl and Kevin and Sasha and Sue and Colin. And Leo is here. Welcome, Leo. And Ray also here. Welcome, Ray. And thank you, everyone. Glad to be back on. And I was able to eat a quick lava cookie here and wash it down with some Pepsi. So hopefully I should be okay without having to cough or choke or try to breathe in lava cookies. Anyway, let's get back. Oh, Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. And Sharon Stewart, thank you very much for gifting the 5 memberships. That was very, very kind of you. For those who got them, congratulations, but we see that there's still 2 outstanding. If you guys scroll up and click on that banner real quick and turn on the option that says accept a gift, you may end up being able to receive the one of those 2 that are still left over. That would be pretty cool and awesome if you could get a free membership there for a month. That is very kind of Sharon Stewart to do that for us. And Barbarian is also in the house. Welcome back, Barbarian. Nice to see you. And let's get back over to Iceland, and we will see what the rest of those little shakers were all about. We got these ones already, and nothing over on the Reykjanes Peninsula directly. So let's look at this little stack here. And looks like we've got 4 of them, and really kind of an odd place, but hey, the whole thing in Iceland is everything is tectonically moving, and we always have some kind of a ground shake or action. Anyway, this one was from 5:30 this morning, 1.1 in magnitude, 7.7 kilometers down. Next one over, a 1.33. And that is a 1.9 kilometers down from a 747. And wow, perfectability 999 throws in a $4 super chat. I do appreciate that. Perfectability, perfectability, and that is long and 999. Thank you very kindly for that $4 super chat. And that will definitely come in handy. Appreciate it there, my friend. All right, we got this one from 1242, 1.76, 4.6 kilometers down. And then the next one from 8:10 a.m., 1.16 in magnitude, 1.85 kilometers down. That's those guys. Let's move over a little bit. Up here is where Hekla is, so that gives you a little idea where this guy may be located, in the middle of nowhere from 1641, and that is a 1.3, and it's 8.7 kilometers down. Looking down here at Katla, we see a 1.8, and that is 1.2 kilometers down from 2:46 a.m. Then up to the north a little bit more, we see a 1.3, a 1.8 kilometers down, and they all seem to be around that depth right now. From 12:09 this afternoon Icelandic time. And let's see, this guy down here is from 3:57 a.m., 0.62, surface quake, 135 meters down, likely some ice shifting in that area. And nothing right around Grimsvatn, but we do see one beside Bardabanga, and that is a 1.91 in magnitude. Again, the surface quake, 5:20 a.m. is what we see there. And we have 2 over here in Asja, and this one is a 1.65, 3.8 kilometers down, 1400 was the time on it. Then a very small 0.1, and that is a 1.06 of a kilometer down, and that is from 4:49 a.m. Getting a little bit closer to Hedebreit, we have this 0.7, 8.3 kilometers down from 8:08 a.m. And let's see what else we got going up a little bit north. And this is the latest quake from 1721, and that is a 0.7 in magnitude, 4 kilometers down. And then out here in the water, we see this one. It is a 0.62, 2.2 kilometers down from 2201 yesterday. And then we see a couple more over here. Let's take a look. This one is on land, and it is a 0.66, 11 kilometers down, and that is 1:02 a.m. Then we have a whole little stack here of 3, 0.68, 10 kilometers down, 14:57 was the time on that. 14:25, we had a magnitude 1.65, 10 kilometers down. And this one here from 15:38, that is a 1.53 in magnitude, also 10 kilometers down. And something happening underneath there. Somebody got stuck or something. 0.62, 2.2 clicks down from 2201. I think I might have got that already. And then we've got this guy here from 1338, 1.26, 10 kilometers down. Seems to be a common theme today. And there's the Isle of Grimsey, for those who aren't familiar with it. And of course, yes, that they get some shakers out here, especially in this area. And that is 1.22 in magnitude, also 10 kilometers down, 6:35 a.m. And that is what we've got for our wonderful Icelandic shakers today. Nothing that would say, hey, we're going to have an eruption right away. But, you know, you never know. You never know. Like I said, with that tectonic movement, a tectonic movement always creates the possibilities of magma intrusions into places that it didn't have access to before, and could, you know, throw up an eruption of some sort. And Lucas is here. Welcome, Lucas. Glad to have you on board. And let's see. Let's go over to someplace nice. And now we'll go over to the wonderful Azores. And we'll see what that looks like. And there is, of course, the island of St. George is what we're on. You do see the harbor lights and the reflection in the water, so it makes it look really, really bright. And this is one of the towns just right beside this particular harbor. There are several harbors, and there are many towns there and villages on St. George. If you want to pronounce it in Portuguese, it's São Jorge. Anyway, you do see the lights here, and I'm glad we can see them today, of Pico Island, and that is pretty awesome. And just over here, this last little bit of lights, that's actually Fayal Island over there. So pretty awesome to be able to see those, and we'll show you what they look like in the daytime right away. And of course, here is the other spot. This is our little cove, and we look for white water washing up to see how rough the ocean is. And it doesn't look too bad. We do see a little bit of wave action right there, and that is not so bad. But let's have a quick peek at those still shots. There's what the cove looks like normally. Well, actually, that's a pretty rough day for the ocean there, but we'll leave it as that. But it gives you an idea what it looks like. And then here's the town, of course, on the right-hand side, and the harbor down on the bottom center. And, of course, the volcano that you see in the far distance there on Pico Island, and that is Pico Volcano, a.k.a. Mount Montana. And that is what we've got. And that is all good. And we will go and take a look at what we've got for shakers there. And let's see what we've got. And there we go, looking. We do have one today. Yay! We haven't had one since the 19th. And that is a 1.5 from 1121. Looks pretty awesome. But that is on the island of St. George. This map only does the island of St. George. Let's go to the other map. And we're going to have to refresh that one so we can see the current data. We don't like having older map views, and that is not so good. Let's get rid of some of the advertising, make that bigger, and there you go. We do see that we had, there's that one 1.5 from 10 hours ago on St. George, and we did have this one 7 hours ago, a 2.6 in magnitude, and that is 10 kilometers down, or 6.2 miles. And that is it for quakes for our wonderful area there in St. George and in the Azores. And we got it. So all good, you guys. We'll move on and get to our next volcano. And of course, that is Popocatépetl. And we'll have to find that screen really quickly. And there we go, and make that bigger. And of course, there it is, Popocatépetl, and that is of course in Mexico, 70 kilometers south of the capital city of Mexico City. And if we go back in time, it was doing its thing, but in the clouds for the most part, so a very poor visibility. Unfortunately, they've got some weather systems there. A little earlier it was not that bad, but let's see if we can show you one of the little puffs that popped out. This was from about 9:21. There you can see the start of it, and there is some of the ejecta. And again, I'm just letting it play right now there by itself. It's very slow coming out, so it's telling us it's not in a hurry. It's, you know, having a nice, calm Mexican day. Anyway, that is pretty awesome. If we accelerate it 5 seconds at a time here, it gives you a little bit more of an idea what that plume looked like. And you notice it's bending over quite a ways, and that is indicating that we've got some strong prevailing winds coming from the right side, pushing it to the left there. And let's leave that be. We'll go back. There's a few more little puffs there. Not going to stop on those. And we'll find a couple of bigger ones. This one here from 7:26 or 36 a.m. Roughly about 7:30. So again, a very slow moving material, and that is what we've got. And we get into our golden times. And here was a little bit of a plume just as the sun was rising at 7:03 a.m. And you can see it's kind of silhouetted a little bit, but that is okay, and not a heck of a lot of action during the night either. I did check, and if we go back a little bit, we do see this kind of pluming out, nothing too super or special. And of course, when we click on it, you do see the glow here. So we know there is active lava in that crater, just not seeing it sploosh out. And going back a little bit more, I'm just trying to find a big eruption somewhere, and I don't really see anything. So very quiet as far as volcanic activity for the last 24 hours or so. Anyway, since last stream, I really haven't had anything major going on. Nice stars in the background though, and of course they are sitting at 1 frame per second, and that allows the iris to stay open a little bit longer to be able to get those stars in view, and plenty of stars up there for those people who are sky gazers. Anyway, that is what we're seeing there. Let's go to our next volcano, and of course that is Fuego, and this is down in Guatemala, so we're heading south. And Fuego, of course, loving, it's getting squeezed by these clouds right now, and it's loving the clouds. And we do see some little puffs coming out of there from a little bit earlier at 15:33 or 3:33 p.m. their time. Nothing really super major. And of course, battling the clouds for a good portion of the day. It was playing hide and go seek with us earlier at 11:24. That's what it was looking like. A very nice clean shot of the volcano. Camera wasn't shaking too much, so we can actually see what's going on. but no action. So if we go back a little bit more, and we're looking for little tiny plumes. Here's a very small one. You see it coming out. Unfortunately, not a heck of a lot happening. So a little disappointing, but you know, we know what it's like. It's hit and miss with these volcanoes. Some erupt, some don't, some take their time, some go absolutely crazy. This one here happens to be a little bit better, larger plume, but again, really not seeing any magma or lava or anything rolling down the hills here. So very quiet in that sense. And going back into the earlier morning hours, let's see if we can see one pop here and give us a little bit of lava. And this, of course, was just before daylight. And we see some camera guys over here. I seen the camera flashing, and they're trying to get some photos. There's a little bit of lava. Let's let that play through. There we go. So a tiny bit of magma, and these guys are in direct path of these lava bombs. They're lucky it's not shooting out the way it was when I did that video the other day. They would have been getting hit. And I did see a bunch over here that when I did that time lapse of those 5 or 6 or multiple eruptions anyway. Thank you for the 3-minute warning, Piggy. I sent an email on Popocatépetl. Yes, you did, and I did see it. Notice those lava bombs went all the way down here. That is what I'm talking about. You got to watch out where you are there, because you can get hit. Anyway, let's take a look at Popocatépetl in a second. Just wanted to get through these other screens. Of course, this is Messiah down in Nicaragua, and we will redo that. We can see down into the caldera, but we don't see the lava right now. Anyway, we did get the wonderful email from Sue showing that Popocatépetl is volcano, Mexico, spectacular, strong, stronger than usual explosions, emission up to 28,000 feet. And you got to remember, Popocatépetl is already a very, very tall, 17,800 feet in height. So for it to reach 28,000 feet is only 11,000 feet more. And when we see these plumes go up, it doesn't take that much, but that is a pretty awesome shot. And if we click on that, that'll give you the photo a little bit better there. And we can take a look at the other other photo. I did click on that thing. Maybe it doesn't want to give me the other photo. There we go. This is an ash plume from the eruption being carried to the northeast direction as seen from satellite imagery Sentinel-2. So you can definitely see that plume, and it is going quite a ways. It does put out a lot of ash, so that is something that we got to kind of watch out for. Pretty wild to see that. Are there any other good shots? Just tells you where Popocatépetl is. Like I said, 70 kilometers south of Mexico City, and gives you a little more of a view there. I'm not sure where that one is. That is not Popocatépetl. All right. Let's leave that one be. We do have the other one here, and this is in South America. That is in Ecuador, Cotopaxi, and Ecuador eruption and ash emission continues. This particular volcano, 19,393 feet, or 5,911 meters in height. That is a pretty awesome size of a volcano, and that is what we've got happening there. Just a quick shot to see. Here's some lavaliers enjoying their wonderful taste of brew, and here's another nice shot of another volcano. That is actually a Krakatoa, and that looks pretty awesome. And we'll leave it as that. It is a time for me to take a break. I'm going to put you back here. We'll put it back to live. And then we will get things going. I think we'll put you back on Hawaii. And that is live from Hawaii, Kilauea volcano. And that is the Halemaumau crater, of course, and the lava plume, and that lava plume that you see there rising up about 5 or 6 or 7 meters and giving you a pretty good idea of the size. Anyway, for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please help us out. Hit the like button. We are trying to get over that 100 mark so the YouTube analytics can take over and do their thing. And also want to mention that after the break, I'm going to take that break. We are going to basically show some bacon seeds, and of course Piggy being jailed there on confined get out and go. So we'll see what we can do. Anyway, don't go away. Keep smiling and be good. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. I got 2 lava cookies to eat, so I'll be back, and hopefully I will get enough Pepsi to wash them down. I'll be back in a bit. Don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Keep smiling. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Thank you for the welcome backs from Robert and Shandell and John Raper and Piggy saying welcome back, Dad. Thanks. And JB and Alba Girl and Scott Hartman and King Colin Deadman saying hey and welcome back, Dr. Fox. Thank you, Hermione and Fluffy and Kevin. And Sasha and welcome back, Snowy Fox. Yeah, welcome back, Uncle. All right, that is all good. Hi everyone. Mount Etna, cool to see. Yep, Mount Etna though is not very visible right now. It's hiding. It loves being in the back. And Dr. Fox and everyone waving. All right, cool. Welcome, Jan Arts. Anyway, it is a bacon seed time, so you got here it's clear now? All right, maybe we'll have a peek at it in a minute and after the bacon seeds. Let's get over and take a look. This, of course, was the last seed from yesterday, and we did enjoy seeing that. And then, of course, Piggy had sent some more, and there she is working on her computer. She also indicated that she feels like she is still, remember the thistle. Okay, I will remember to load that up after the bacon seeds here. Thanks, Piggy. Remind me at the end of this. Anyway, here's what Piggy is feeling like being confined to minimal movement. And, of course, being in Piggy jail, unfortunately, not good for her. And we decided to figure out something, and for Piggy to get a jailbreak going, I figured she's going to need some tools. So there are some tools, and Piggy, hopefully you can have a successful jailbreak with some of those. And now remember, be easy, no bending, and no nasty swings. You don't want to take that back out, but at least hopefully you'll be able to utilize some of those. Yeah, that hacksaw I think might come in handy, perhaps the pick as well, and of course the guard badge. That definitely will help you out in case some of the others come along. Anyway, that is kind of what we were seeing there. So let's get on to our next. This is a bacon seed issue, and we want to view our wonderful bacon seeds today. So let's have a look and see what we've got. And of course, this is one of this bacon seeds. These guys are a little on the skinny side. They're actually in a bacon seed factory, so hopefully they can get out to their freedoms soon. And they feel like they're in jail too, and we'll have to send them some tools as well. Love looking at them, and they are a little skinny though. And here's the bacon seed handler. He's got one of the little guys there. He's helping him out, and he's going to feed him some. And Sophie is here. Welcome, Sophie. Glad to have you on board. Yep, smelling. That is what they do. They've got snouts, and they smell and bop. And this guy is being tickled, and he's happy, and he's saying ah. He's actually at the piggy doctor, and the doctor told him to say ah. Anyway, next bacon seed is this lovely guy here, and he's having some snacks. Some broth, I think, and bacon seed broth for the wonderful growth, trying to fatten them up a little bit. And that is really cool. And our next bacon seed is these guys. And there's 3 there, but we can see 2 of them are paying very good attention to the camera, going, hey, are you going to help us break out? We've seen some tools, just need to get a little bit closer to the stuff, and that is pretty awesome. And we have one last bacon seed to take a peek at, and there is this one here. And let's go and look at him. And he looks like he might be got his foot stuck in the backboard there. And that is pretty awesome looking. So that's it for our wonderful bacon seeds for today. Thank you very much, Piggy. Really do appreciate what you do for us with those wonderful bacon seeds. And we will enjoy them. He's a fuzzy wuzzy guy, you bet. And first album cover. That is awesome. And okay, let's carry on to our next volcano. And of course, that is the one we always have trouble seeing, but we can almost see it today. And that is, of course, Merapi, not to be confused with Marapi. But Merapi looks not bad. It's got some clouds over on this side here. And we do see the thermal lit up a little bit, so we may have some heat there. Unfortunately, it's very, very difficult to tell what exactly is going on there, whether it's coming down this crevasse that it has opened up a long time ago from all that lava flowing down. But we've seen the eject on this side for the last little while here with these plumes, and gives you a pretty good indicator of where that is. We should actually see it right about here. This shot is kind of dead on, so not seeing anything though, but let's back that up a little bit and see if perhaps in the earlier hours we've seen anything. And not much there. We don't see too much on the thermal either, and a little bit of a cloud in here, so let's go back a little bit more and see if there's something happening. We do see a little bit better, but again, no visible lava, and that is always disappointing. And then prior to that, we had horrible clouds. We know it is the rainy season there in Indonesia, and that is kind of what we've got and what we're looking at. And unfortunately, I don't think there was anything else very visible, and we'll leave it as that. So putting it back to live, and that is our present shot. It is in the morning hours there. Not sure if it's 6:11 or 5:11 a.m. or something like that, or 4:11. Hard to tell on the screens here. Could be a 5:11 or 5:12 or something like that. Hang on, it says a 4:31. Yeah, okay, 4:31 in the morning. I can see that time up there. A little bit tough. Oh, a thistle, darn it. I knew I forgot something. Let's go back over here and get thistle pictures. And actually, let me leave you on, well, no, never mind. I'll just grab thistle pictures. And we did want to show that. Where are we here? Thistle. And again, I have to save that image as something. And XX and thistle of 01 I think is where I left off. And we'll see if we can do those. These will not be cropped like I did on the other stream. And thistle 016. And we'll grab one more to give you a good idea what, well, we'll do them all. Thistle 017. And save, and the other one, we'll get these on, just bear with me here, people. Thistle 018, and we'll give you an update on thistle. Thistle has grown quite a bit, so that is pretty cool, and let's see if we can do that. Thank you for reminding me, Piggy. I sometimes forget these things. you know, it happens. And there is a thistle peeking, and we'll show you that one hiding in the back behind the plants. And that is a pretty nice mixer. We're saying a breakfast. No breakfast there, mixer. And yeah, let's continue on, and we will get looking at the other thistle pictures real quick. Where did a thistle go? Starts with T. Come on. There we go. Here's a thistle, and I'm not sure which cat this is. I know that's not Poppet, but maybe Piggy can tell us. And that is Thistle, and one of the and I remember Thistle was smaller than the cats. It's a Cos. Oh, a Cos the cat. So yeah, a Thistle is much taller than Cos the cat, and that is pretty awesome. And let's see, we've got a couple more here real quick, and we will show them as well. And this is a very nice picture of a thistle, and you can definitely tell that there's some German Shepherd in a thistle. I love those ears, Piggy. That is just absolutely incredible. Nice ears on a thistle, kind of straight up and then tips hanging over. That is cool. And thistle is growing. Yep, definitely. A thistle is much bigger than what thistle was. And this is 4 months old now. So thistle is gone and gotten bigger. And let's see, did we get them all? Oh, I think I may have misplaced one. Let's see. I think we're good for right now, though. I'll show you one of the older pictures of a thistle, just so you can see. Unfortunately, there's no real comparison, but there's one of the older pictures of a thistle, a little bit more woolly and more puppy-like, but definitely growing. So thistle is looking pretty darn good, you guys. And yep, I've gotten bigger for sure. And the one on the right hand side, of course, little puppyhood yet, and definitely getting those long legs over on the left side. So very cool. And again, I love those ears. Thistle is a cutie. Was he a street dog? Well, I don't know. Let Piggy explain that. Yeah. All right. Let's get and pop those off of there, and we will continue on with our volcano. And of course, this is over at Murrapi, and we had a look at that. Let's get to our next shot, and of course, we're going to make that a little bit better. There we go. That is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand, and Mount Ruapehu is very lovely looking. Unfortunately, a little bit of cloud in the way, but you see most of that snow has melted off of Mount Ruapehu, since they are having some nicer temperatures there in New Zealand. Looks cool, looks awesome. I don't know if we had a better shot earlier, maybe a little bit better. Let's take a look. And there we go. Yeah, it's looks pretty nice though. I think that is awesome. And even earlier we had some time without, but they were zoomed out, without the clouds on top of it, but they had zoomed way out. Oh, let's zoom it in. There we go. That's without clouds, and that is from 8:22 a.m. of course, New Zealand time. So looking pretty good, and let's leave that be, and we will go put that back on live. That is the current picture, and it is 17.9 degrees Celsius there, and winds at 12.6 kilometers an hour. And I think it says sunny, but I call that partially sunny or partially cloudy. Anyway, next one, of course, is this one. This is for Taupo, or Taupur, however you want to call it. And we can see the seismic activity very, very low. Nothing major going on, and it's all quiet there for those good people in New Zealand up on the North Island. And let's go take a look at what it looks like in the area right now. Of course, the caldera for Taupo is the entirety of the lake. So that is pretty cool and awesome. Very hard to see, but back there is where Ruapehu is, behind this mountain here. There's that other one back there, and that is Mount Ruapehu. And this is what it is looking like. So very cool, very awesome, nice to see. And hopefully you guys are okay with that. Let's move on to our next one. And here is, what is going on here? Let's see if we straighten that out a little bit. No, I gotta straighten that screen out. Why is it flashing? It's flashing. The aliens have invaded Samaru. Let's go back in time a little bit and see if it was flashing back then. And there we see a tiny bit of bacon. The invaders have taken our screen away. And that is what we are dealing with. Sometimes that happens. And there we go. That is at 4:06 a.m. Tiny, tiny little specks of bacon up top. Nothing major. The lava is there, but not blasting out. We do see a little bit more in that shot. Perhaps we had a little bit of a puff. And if we go back, we can find where it did take that little puff. And that would be right around here, and that is at 3:20 in the morning, and not so bad. So there we go, and that looks pretty cool, pretty awesome, and I like that. It looks good, but we need more lava. And the alien was flashing you on Dr. Fox. Oh my God, I hate when aliens do that. And they don't show us the right parts. Anyway, going back a little bit further, this is at 2:12 a.m. Another little puff, and I'm glad to see this one at least had relatively clear skies when it was doing that, but no major lava coming out. So kind of disappointing that way. And moving back a little bit further in time, I'm just trying to catch another one of these little outputs. This one is at 1:06 a.m. and not really anything super drastic happening. And let's see, there's one more little puff that we seen earlier. This one up in the caldera, you can see more of a glow up here. But that was at 13 minutes after midnight their time. And of course, that is, they're in the future, by the way. They're on the 23rd. We're still here on the 22nd, unfortunately. So, yeah, always nice to see the guys in the future. And let's go back. There's one more little puff, and I just wanted to see if there was a little bit of a lava. And there it is, just a tiny bit of lava with a little bit of bacon coming down. And that is about it. So nothing major happening there at our wonderful Semeru. And that is in East Java in Indonesia. And there we go. Let's carry on with what we've got, some of the other ones. Let's see if Taal is on. Taal, let's see if Madam Rutsa has, yep, she is showing the live. Oh, we got some commercials, a visa, and yeah, it will play after the commercial is over. Let's just watch this for a second more. And we do like that puff. Nice looking little eruption there, but nothing, like I said, nothing super major. We can skip that. Okay, and the not the best view right now. Very hazy. Of course, it is a morning time there in the Philippines, and with morning comes a lot of dew and fog close to Taal Lake, to the surface, and they are taking these shots from just about lake level, not sea level, but lake level, and hard to see anything going on there. We don't see any pluming or anything like that. Unfortunately, if we back up a little bit more, a little on the dark side, and they just got streaming about a half an hour ago, so maybe we'll see a better result later as this haze kind of burns off a little bit during the day. So anyway, let's leave that guy be. It is break time, and I'm going to put this one back on live, and the aliens are still doing their thing. Let's put you over to back to our wonderful oh, where are we? I know, somewhere. Kilauea. Anyway, Kilauea is continuing to throw out some lava, doing its thing. And on that friendly note, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider doing that. That'd be great and awesome. Also, if you have not subscribed yet, we do have a subscriber mode on. If you want to chat, it takes 1 minute to hit that button and get in after 1 minute, and all good. And that would be all we got for right now. So don't go away, though. We've got more volcanoes coming up. Of course, we are going to look at Samaru in Japan, and then back to our wonderful Yellowstone, and then more earthquake activity, etc., etc. So lots to come yet. Don't go away, guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Please hit that like button if you haven't done that yet, and also subscribe, please. Thank you, and I'll be back after the break. Don't go away. Here comes some music. go. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board, and nice to see that all our good people are still here. And let's see. Thank you for the welcome backs from all kinds of people. And okay, wonky donkey. Yep. And what? Oh, Heine. We're looking at the honey, not the hiney. Anyway, thank you, Alba Girl and Leo. Appreciate that, Leo. As well as John and Cananesca's Country and JB. And I hear you from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Sharon. As well as Hermione and Fluffy. Thank you, everyone, for the wonderful welcome backs. And glad to be here doing my thing. And let's carry on with the show and see where we can go next. So we did say we're going over to Japan. Let's pop over there. And it's raining in Japan. We got all kinds of water droplets on the camera. There is no ice cream boat there right now. And I was hoping there was going to be an ice cream boat. But we don't have one, and that is unfortunate. We'll have to see if one comes in before we get out of Japan. Anyway, looking at our volcano, not looking too good right now. And those clouds, look how low they are coming in. Looks like they are getting some rainy, stormy weather. And they had some horrible weather earlier as well. And this is, I think, round 2 of the horrible weather. That's what it was looking like. And when we go back during the nighttime, it wasn't much better. We see that the wind was blowing the opposite direction, of course. And again, I kind of have to mention at night, what happens is because the wind comes from the ocean blowing in. But during the daytime, the wind goes from the land out towards the ocean because the land is hotter than the ocean area. That's usually how it works. But we see that this is kind of stagnant right now and not blowing in either direction and not helping us. Anyway, looking at what we were seeing there, it's not so good. We did have some stars earlier, so that wasn't bad. But we can't see much there. There is still a lot of off-gassing happening from that volcano. But as you can see there, that glow, that's not from the moon. That is from the lights, the city lights. And that is reflecting off the clouds. We are seeing that there's a fair amount of smoke and off-gassing continuing. As we go back in time a little bit more, 22:22 is the time there. So 10:22, 10:23 in the evening on the 22nd. We don't see anything there. And if we go back a little bit further, it looks pretty quiet. So not too much activity. And this is back to a current view. And looks like they zoomed that camera out a bunch. And I don't know if it's because just too much stuff in the way. Hey, there's some birds going by. They're just soaring around. That is pretty cool. Must be some winds blowing in, allowing them to do that. So pretty cool. Anyway, the ice cream, I got water on it from the rain. I knew they needed a roof over that ice cream vendor. They always end up getting that problem over there. Every once in a while they get that torrential downpour. Still don't see an ice cream boat, and none coming in. If there is one, we are not seeing it. Maybe we'll see one when we get back from Sakurajima. This was the close-up cam, really not very good viewing either. And let's go back a whole bunch and see if we can avoid some clouds. There is the nighttime shot from 23:24 in the morning, or in the evening, 11:24 in the evening. So not seeing any glow right there. And of course, those clouds were horrible, even right at midnight there. And I couldn't see a darn thing. So we'll leave that be, put it back on alive. And that one, of course, checking, no ice cream boat. Let's go over to Suwanoshijima, and it is suffering from the same problem, clouditis. And of course, that is something that happens quite a bit when you're viewing volcanoes that are a little bit higher than most normal places that we would dwell. Anyway, going back during the night, same sort of affair. Very difficult to see, no glow in that shot. This is at 1:42 a.m. Nothing visible, and sliding back a little bit more, we don't see anything there at 23:48 either. And if we go even further back, it looks like it was raining there. So no good views, unfortunately, of our Japanese volcanoes. And let's see, Mount Fuji. No, Mount Fuji not visible. Mount Fuji hiding. And yep, it is unfortunate, but that is what we got. So it's a strikeout for Mount Fuji and the rest of the volcanoes there in our wonderful Japan. Let's carry on. We'll go over to someplace that is a little bit more visible. Hey, there's the beehive, and that is, of course, the beehive geyser, and that is in Yellowstone National Park, for those who need to know. And it is not erupting right now. I'm still waiting for another buffalo to go walking by. That was pretty cool. And yep, thank you, Leo, for bringing up that link, and you can bring it up via Jellystone or Yellowstone, either will work, and that will get you to this site. Of course, this video is embedded, so we can't go back on it to see what happened previously, unfortunately, but it is still there. That smoke still looks dirty. I don't know. This one didn't have that much of that dirty smoke. It's definitely thrown out a lot of steam, though, as of late. Oh, maybe it's going to steam up for us a little bit. It looks like it's getting more active. Yep, there it goes. Are we seeing a buffalo moving by? I see something, a shadow from something. Or maybe that's more steam shadows. All right, well, it doesn't look like it's going to puff. No puff in action. Oh, here comes a Sasquatch. Right-hand side. And, he's deciding to go back the other way. He's got a backpack on. I wonder why. He stole it from, that's where he keeps all the stuff that he steals from the humans when they're there. Has to carry it somehow. He only has 2 hands. Buffalo feed. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, a deterrent. Here, buffalo, you take this, and I'll run the other way. And, all right. He was being watched. Yeah, he didn't like that. He realized the camera was pointed there. Anyway, let's leave that guy be. That is Yellowstone, though. There are over 500 active geysers there in Yellowstone National Park. If you go to that website, of course, you'll be able to see some wonderful maps and a whole bunch of the still cameras, as well as the embedded video here. And that is all good. Night, all time to rest. Night, Dr. Fox. Good night, Piggy. You take care. Hugs and all that stuff. And hopefully you have enough straw and hay in your sty to keep you comfy. And like I say, that whole bus load there was kind of what you needed there to make things right for you. So good night, Piggy, and sleep well. Have some lovely dreams if you need to dream. And we'll carry on with our wonderful stream here. Let's head over to our earthquakes. He's going, he's looking. He's taking off his backpack. He's getting out some feed. No? Oh, he set his backpack down. He's getting out snacks for himself. All right, let's go over and get some earthquakes under our belt. Shaking. Let's see what is shaking around the planet real quick. And looking first off, let's hit a couple of the red spots because those are the latest ones. We see a new one here in Guatemala, 4.5 from 1508, 76.5 kilometers down. We do see a new one here in New Zealand, and that is a 4.3. So Granzad probably shook a little bit there, and that is from 1515. And that is 211 kilometers down for that 4.3. We also see one here in China, 4.2 from 1508, 11.2 kilometers down. So all of them seem to be fairly good there. And let's check our North American coastline first on the west side. We do see a little one up here, and that is the Elfin Cove. That's where they have little elves. And that is 3.0 in magnitude, happened at 1735 yesterday. Then we have a little bit larger one here, again near Ferndale, California. That's not too far away from that other place, but it's out a little further, and the other place is Eureka, of course, right in here. Anyway, looking at a 3.3 from a 1449, 16.8 kilometers down for that guy. And then we've got a 2.8 out here, and Petrolia, California is close, and that one is from 9:56 a.m., 8.9 kilometers down. Going down the coast, we see another 2.6 there, very small, not going to worry about those. We see a little bit of a cluster in this area though, and not sure what that area is. That is the Geyser, California, and they have a bunch of little ones. I'm not going to worry about them so much. That happens there on occasion. And we see more. Here's one in San Francisco, 1.8, right along the San Andreas Fault, and there's another one, 1.6. So we know there's a little bit of movement, and as long as we keep seeing small ones, that is good for them. That is letting us know, or them know, that things are slipping and sliding. If those little quakes don't happen, that's usually when the plate locks up. That's when you got to be careful, because a big one will come along very shortly after that, once it unlocks. Anyway, that 4.5, we already had a look at that. They did have another one out here, 4.4, off the coast near Puerto San Jose, Guatemala. And looking further down the coastline, we do see 4.5 here in San Juan, Peru, and that is not so big, nothing major to worry about. And here is the one in New Zealand, and that is that's not, well, Taupo is over here, and this is Ruapehu here. So that is a 4.3, and that is from 1515, 211 kilometers down, as I mentioned before. And going out here into our Tonga area, we see a 5.0 from yesterday, 1948. And that was a good year, wasn't it? I don't know. Anyway, that is 10 kilometers down. The other one here, Fiji, 4.6, and that is from today, 11:56, 390.2 kilometers down. Going out here, this would be Solomon Islands, or somewhere very close. I think these are the Solomons here. But this guy here, Papua New Guinea, is what they're calling it, 5.0 from 1313, 117 kilometers down. This one, Papua New Guinea, 4.5 from 1:35 a.m. And that is 10 kilometers down. We see a couple more here near Luolatok, Banda Sea area. Yep, 4.9 from yesterday, 2316, 214.8 kilometers down for him. and a 4.6, and that is Barat, and is a Daya, Indonesia. I hope I said that right. Anyway, at 9:57 a.m., that was 162.5 kilometers down. We do see another one up on the other side, which is a 4.2 on Sumatra, and that is yesterday's at 17:28. And then when we go over here, we see another one, 4.6 from yesterday, 22:39, and that is for 42 kilometers down. Then more activity here, continuing in this Maluka Sea area. This one from 11:21, 35 kilometers down. Then we've got a 4.7, and that is 10:57 a.m., 35 clicks down as well. 4.6, yesterday's 23:42, 61.9 kilometers down, and 4.4 from yesterday as well at 19:29, 47 kilometers down. So that covers that area. Moving up a little bit, we did have another 4.5 a little to the north, and that was yesterday's at 16:21, 143.8 kilometers down. And going up, don't see anything in Japan today, nothing on the Kamchatka Peninsula. And we already had a look at this one here in China, 4.2 from 15:08, 11 kilometers down. Nothing out here in Africa. We do see one here in Greece, 4.6. Too far away from a Piggy for her to be able to feel it. She is over here on the island of Kos. That is quite a distance away. This one yesterday's at 21:46, 10.1 kilometers down. And going over to our wonderful Canary Islands. Let's see what they've got shaken. And let's just go zoom out a little bit, see if there's anything new up there. This was from yesterday or 3 days ago. Not going to worry about that guy. This one was from yesterday at 32 minutes after midnight, 3.0. And let's see what else we've got. Looking over here, we do see a flashing star, 1.8 from 21:05. And that is, where are we? 1.8, 21:05, 5 kilometers down. And that is from, yeah, I don't know, kind of in between Tenerife and Gran Canaria. So pretty cool. And zooming into La Palma, let's see what we've got today. A quick check, and we have one. And that is just about in the same place as the other one was over there. And that is only 1.7, 12 kilometers down from 6:56 a.m. Their time, or UTC, I believe. So that is what we've got. And that's all for those ones. Let's zoom back out. Quick peek at the volcano map of the world, and we'll get that out of the way before the break yet, and that'll only take a few minutes, so all good to get rid of those things. And looking here, we don't see anything really fantastic out there, nothing new. We don't see anything in Iceland. And looking at our stuff here, yeah, Villarrica still doing its thing, and nothing major there. Lascar is still there. Sabancaya, of course. The one that had action, though, was over here, was Cotopaxi. So it's still an orange. And I don't know, Sangay is still there. Cerro Negro and Percy are very quiet. And Nevado del Ruz doing its thing, and the rest are pretty normal through here. Of course, this is the location of Popocatépetl and Fuego right there. And I want to zoom out a little bit. There we go. looking at what we've got here. Nothing new in New Zealand, nothing new. Tofua and Tonga, that's it. Vanuatu is still there. And of course our stuff in Papua New Guinea and still doing their thing. No new ones showing here in Indonesia. Ibu and Dakono still working away, and of course Taal volcano right there in the Philippines still doing its thing, being kind of slow and sluggish. High still there. Iwo Jima is still showing, and Nishimoshima also still there. And Suwanoshi Jima and Sakura Jima still active in Japan. Nothing new in the Kamchatka Peninsula, so we'll leave those guys be. And we don't see any changes here in Africa or the Madagascar guys. Urta Ale still showing as a red, so definitely still an active volcano. And here we've got Etna, Volcano, and Stromboli, and of course Campi right there. And that is it for our volcano map. And we'll leave that one be. I'm going to put this one back on, get rid of that, zoom back out, and we'll see what we can find. It is time for a break, and thank you everyone for hanging in there. After the break, we will take a look at our wonderful stuff that is SO2 on our SO2 map, and of course we'll see how that works out. And then after that, the weather. So stick around, hit that like button if you haven't done so already. That really does help us out. I see we are at 86 on my screen. Of course, we're always looking to get over that 100 mark, and that really does help out with the YouTube analytics. And if you haven't subscribed yet and you're enjoying the show, by all means hit that subscribe button. And of course that will allow you to chat in the chat box about a minute later. And we do have a wonderful group of people in there as always. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. I'm going to go take a break, stretch my legs and that kind of thing. And don't go away. I will be back. Keep smiling. Thanks. And there we go. And that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. I'm glad to have you all on board still and doing your thing. Thank you, Sue and Albagirl and Leo Carlson and Wonky Donkey saying welcome back, Lava Guy. And I see Debbie Brady also here. Welcome, Debbie. Glad to have you on board. Aloha to you. And by the way, I did watch that wonderful stream this morning from Two Pineapples, and Lou and Anna are doing a lot better. So that is wonderful. And they had their new mobile lavamobile out today. And they've got a Volkswagen Eurovan that they are converting into a studio. Anyway, thanks JB as well, and John Raper, and Sasha, and Hermione, and Fluffy, and Scott, and let's see, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, all good, from Sharon Stewart. Thank you, Sharon. And let's go over and take a look at our SO2 map. I did refresh it just moments ago, so we should be ready to go. And there we go. I get onto that map, and of course it said snow this morning. We didn't see very much, but I did see a few flakes coming. But tomorrow we're supposed to get a bunch of snow, so, and a little bit on Tuesday. We'll see how that works. And of course you see those +2 temperatures. By next week, those will be a far, far gone dream, and we'll be back to our freezer temperatures, well below that -10 to 15 mark. So that is what is to come for here. Anyway, looking at our SO2, not bad looking for North America. We do see a lot of blue in there, and that is not so bad. We do see some blue patches up in the northern portions of the Canadian north there, and out here in Quebec, and a little bit of blue, and probably Cole Harbour looks pretty blue too. We do see, though, that Ontario is full of SO2 again. Chicago area and those areas definitely showing a little bit more SO2. Looks like northwestern areas of U.S. not too bad. A little bit of circulation here going into Utah, making it not so good. A little bit in Arizona as well, and of course portions of Texas. Sliding down a little bit more, northern portions of Mexico, clean as a whistle, and then we get down to Mexico City. Of course, 22 million people have a tendency to have a little bit of SO2, as well as Popocatépetl. And sliding a little further down into Central America, we see that it is still pluming that material out into the wonderful areas of the Pacific. And still a very heavy plume sitting here. They need to get some rain in this area to get rid of this, wash it out of the air. We are still seeing quite a bit of that coming off of the equatorial or Equatorian, is that the right word? Ecuadorian volcanoes, something like that. Anyway, that is there. What? And now I can hear. Oh, Grandma B, what happened? Were you not listening? And glad you can hear. And happy that you're on board. And nice to see you. Anyway, sliding down a little bit further, looking at our Chilean stuff. Not bad for Chile, and Argentina, kind of not bad. We do see people pollution in the other areas here in South America. Looks pretty good there. And Antarctica, though, not good. That snow, that melted snow, of course, releasing all that SO2 that was caught in the snow and fell and packed up. And now that the snow is melting, all that SO2 is being released. Not bad here in New Zealand. White Isle volcano, a little bit of a plume there, but going out into the water, that is pretty good. Leo's place, not too bad, and I think most of that is from the refineries. I don't think Leo's got a barbecue going, and not so bad from the coking plants north of Sydney there. Tofua still there. No barbecue today. Sorry, darn it. I was hoping for something tasty. Thanks, Leo. And tofu, and I don't know if it's getting any help from Hunga Tonga Hunga Pie, because that one I could still be giving some gas. And looks like Yasur here in Vanuatu, not as bad as Eoba and Gawa doing their thing, creating that plume. Pretty normal for what we're seeing there in Papua New Guinea area, and not as heavy as I expected to see in Indonesia, especially around Java. I thought it would be a little bit more of a plume there for Semeru, and of course you can see here that'd be from Merapi. This point over here is from Krakatau, and then you've got the other two over here, Marapi, and what is it, Karinsi, I think is what the other one is right there. So, and Ibu and Dakono still working up as a team, doing their thing, and very little coming from Mayon and Bulusan over here, but we do still see a fair amount from Taal. It is still around 6,300 tons per day of SO2 being ejected from that volcano, but we also have quite a bit of SO2 from the Manila and the people pollution for the most part. Pretty normal for Taiwan. China still very heavy. This plume here from Suwanosi Ajima, not quite as much from Sakurajima today. It's a little bit easier breathing, I guess, for those good people. Looks like a bit on the heavy side around Tokyo and that area. Hopefully, and nothing too major. Some of that might have been drifting across the Sea of Japan from China as well. Not so bad up in the Kamchatka Peninsula. Looks like Alade and Ibiko, and not too bad. And what is it? These guys up here. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna blow those names. Sometimes I can just get them snap, and other times they just disappear from my memory. So we'll leave them be. We know they're there. They're not going anywhere. We'll look on the volcano map later and refresh the mind. And Karimsky, Bezimiani, Chevrolet, and what's the other one? Something ski, Klyushevskoy. Klyushevskoy. There we go. Thanks, Sue. Those names are hard to keep in mind. Anyway, India still looking pretty heavy duty as far as their stuff, and a lot of activity there. I don't know where that is all coming from, but that looks like it might, Turkmenistan, is that not over? That might be the Ukraine having some issues over there as well. Anyway, South Africa still got their gold smelting going on, and looking at what we see here in DR Congo, still doing its thing. Very little from Urta Ale right there. These other heavy spots, of course, are oil refineries, and that's why we see those show up so much. And getting over to Etna. Etna is not too bad. We do see some more off-gassing, but nothing really heavy duty like in past times. So that is our SO2 report for today. That's not bad. And we will go over and we'll start our wonderful weather stuff there in North America. I did refresh this to take a look. And as you can see, Alberta still has some warm, same as Saskatchewan, going all the way down into portions of North and South Dakota, as well as not Minnesota, Montana. There we go. And we see sliding over a little bit. Northern Ontario still fairly cool. Only a -2 in Toronto today. Looks like perhaps down by Detroit, -1 or so. Not the greatest, but it is okay there. -2 in Montreal, and Quebec a little cooler at -3. Looks like here in New Brunswick on northern portions, -8 or 9, and getting down to 1s and 2s down on the bottom side. And IMC, welcome, and so much CO2. SO2 is what we're looking at, or we did look at it, SO2. And yeah, there's probably a bunch of CO2 in there as well. And looking at Halifax, we've got -1 there in Halifax. Cole Harbour, probably about the same temperature. Not going to worry about that. Hopefully their Sue isn't getting too much rain. Yes, it is a -1 in Cole Harbour. Conditions cloudy. Okay, 10 mile/hour winds, or 16 kilometers an hour. We do see it's a little colder out here in Newfoundland. Even the peninsula is not as toasty warm as it could be, but they are slightly warmer. Up in the northern portions here in the Labrador area, we do see some really cold spots, but same thing within Quebec. Northern tip of Quebec, though, bitterly cold. And let's slide down here into the western side. Portland coming in at about 8 degrees right now. That's not so bad for them. 14 in San Jose, looking at Los Angeles, 16. And let's see, Death Valley coming in at, what is it, 4 degrees Celsius? Is that, did I read that right? Weather, no, that's Washington. Oh, okay, never mind. Death Valley is 17. Now, I was going to say 4 degrees. Hang on, that's Debbie's temperature. That's okay. For Washington, what part of Washington was that? I missed it, but that's okay. Anyway, 20 or 19 there in Death Valley, saying 17 on that map. Mexicali 18, a little bit cooler there in Phoenix, but still 15, that's not bad. A little warmer in Tucson at 17. Albuquerque getting down or up to about 7 degrees Celsius. A little warmer down in the bottom tip of Texas, but still 17, not the greatest. 15 in Austin. Houston about 15, and we see about 10 there in Dallas. And moving over a little bit, only 13 there in New Orleans. Mobile, Alabama coming in at 13. Tallahassee a little bit warmer. You can see where that divider line is right there. And Jacksonville coming in at 23. Miami made it up to about 24, 25. That's not so bad. Atlanta a little bit cooler at only 6. Charlotte, North Carolina, 4 degrees. Grandma B's house, 7 degrees Celsius, or about, oh, I know, 40 something, 45 roughly. Virginia Beach, 10 degrees Celsius, 50 Fahrenheit. And we go up to Philadelphia, only 4 degrees Celsius, same as New York. Boston, slightly cooler at 2 degrees, but not freezing, so that's all right. We see the Baja has warmed up a whole bunch, which is really nice to see. And we see the coastline of Mexico a lot warmer. They've got 21 degrees there in Mexico City. Acapulco coming in at about 26, 27, a lot nicer than what it was. Same thing over here, 26, 27 in Cancun. Sliding down Central America, we see some temperatures getting up to the 34 degree mark. And let's see, Yeah, even down here, looking at what we've got, 27, 28, and some of those places in Panama, and 31, 32, 35 in some spots. There in the hot parts of Colombia, Venezuela, also sharing some of that wonderful warmer temperature. You got to remember, because we're on a little bit earlier in the weekends, we see the warmer temperatures that are still persisting. The sun really just setting now for those places. So we are seeing some reasonably warm temperatures in the rainforest areas and so on. And same thing goes for when we're looking at our wonderful Bolivia, and then getting into Paraguay with 32, 35 in some spots. Holy mackerel. And bottom tip of Brazil, very, very warm as well. And let's see, we got some really good cooking spots. 37 in some places there in Argentina. Buenos Aires are coming in at about 30 degrees. Rio de Janeiro, not quite as warm, but still a beautiful 24. Sao Paulo, about the same right now. And of course, the Moncus is about 30 degrees right now, showing there. So that is what we've got. And let's zoom back out and look down the bottom end of Argentina. Not bad there. Sliding over to New Zealand. And not so warm today in New Zealand. This high, pulling up that cold air from down south. And that is showing Christchurch at only about 15 degrees right now. The western coast up on the northern side, slightly warmer. Wellington, 17, 18 degrees roughly. Not so bad for Taupo, thanks Leo. 21 degrees, and it's saying about 20 here on the map. So not too far off. And thank you, Leo, for bringing that up. 21 in Auckland, Grenzed's house about 23 or so. So not so bad. Looking at Tasmania, Hobart coming in at about 18, 19. We see some 20s and stuff on the coastlines there. And Melbourne, Australia, I see 20 degrees on this map. Let's see what comes up from Leo there. 22. So yeah, we'll split the difference. 21 degrees. That is real nice. Hey, Judy, glad to have you on board. Didn't receive a notification. Piggy got hers today, though. I don't know why YouTube doesn't have those consistently going out. That is a darn shame. Anyway, 21 in Adelaide, Sydney coming in somewhere around 21 as well. Home of Oz coming in at about 26 degrees. And doesn't look like it's overly hot in the interior. Looks like about 32 is the highest that I was seeing there. So that's not quite as bad. There's no 40s anyway. Looking at about 22 in Perth as well. And when we look at the rest of the interior here, yeah, 30, 31 degrees, 32 degrees. That's not as bad as those 40-degree temperatures they sometimes see. And let's see, I bet Fiji is 28. There, Fiji, 28, 29. And about 27, 28 in New Caledonia. Oh, there we go. And Vanuatu, 28 or thereabouts. A little cooler in not Madagascar, in portions of Indonesia there. And yeah, I'll get it. What is that place? Papua New Guinea. Oh, sometimes it's a blast doing this. I'm trying to get the mind to work very quickly. Anyway, beautiful temperatures, normal stuff. Early morning temperatures there in Java, 22, 23, and that kind of thing, and going all the way up. We see some of the higher elevations, of course, a little bit cooler. And not so warm in Bangkok. They are showing about 19, 20 here, and Sue brought up the Bangkok temperature at 22 degrees Celsius. That is not so bad, 73% humidity. Manila, a little cooler today at only about 24, and that goes for a majority of what we see in the Philippines. Sliding up, looking at normal temperatures there in Taiwan, and little on the cold side yet down on the bottom end, maybe just a tad warmer than yesterday, but nothing serious. And we see that circulation here causing all kinds of stormy problems. So yep, they are going to see some Japanese temperatures 10 down on the bottom end, getting into single digits for the most part, and then into some of the freezing stuff. Tokyo made it to a 3, and sliding up, we see it getting progressively cooler. Sapporo coming in at minus 13, and they've got some temperatures down to minus 22 up north. And looking at what we've got here, pardon me, Kamchatka Peninsula, bitterly cold, and with a minus 36 and 38 in some spots in the higher elevations. Let's go over to take a look at the 23, 24, 25 there in Sri Lanka. Not so bad, and we see pretty normal temperatures in India. Delhi made it to about 10 today. And looking down on the bottom end of what we see here in South Africa, we see about 19 degrees for Cape Town, and some warmer areas in the interior, of course, 27, 28. We still see that storm still sitting here in Madagascar. That thing has been there for a week, if not longer, and it's got another low sitting right beside it. It's incredible that sticks around so much. We do see some 30-degree temperatures in a couple of places there. That's probably welcome for them in Africa anyway. That is normally normal temperatures. 10, 11 in Cairo, we still see some very cold temperatures. I think this is Algiers, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, it's very cold there in the northern portions. Still not that much warmth in the UAE or Oman or Yemen down here. Saudi Arabia still seeing some very cool temperatures in the north as well. A little bit warmer there in the eastern portions of Turkey. And let's see what we have there in Piggy's place, coming in at about 15 degrees or thereabouts. We'll see what that has. Oh, it says 13. Thanks, Leo. And that is what we've got sitting there. What mid minus 50s in Siberia. Brr. And looking at what we see in Randazzo, showing a minus 3 degrees. That is too cold for there. We did see some new snow there in Etna, and I did say I was going to go to Etna to show you what it looked like. Oh, hey, we actually have some lava flow. Let's go over there for a minute and actually look at that. That is nice. We see that it restarted a little bit of a lava flow. Is the other camera working? No. So that is pretty cool. And if we go back a little bit, we can see more of that lava. And let's see, right about there. Oh, a little fuzzy, out of focus, but that is okay. Earlier we couldn't tell because it's likely hiding behind those clouds. And we did see, you can kind of see the haze there. And if we go back, that's what I was referring to. We were seeing that all day long. And very hard to make any kind of reports when you see foggy clouds and sitting right on top of the land. Very difficult. Anyway, let's get back over to our stuff for the weather, and let me get on that map. So yeah, Randazzo a -1 according to that. This is a -3 here. map is a little bit off. Catalina coming in at 7 degrees Celsius, so a tad warmer, not so bad. And going up, Naples coming in at 8, Rome only at 3, and Milano at 1 degree. Looks like Sardinia here is somewhere around the minus, well, actually, we'll go single digits, low single digits. How about that? I think that's a better report. And same thing goes for most of Portugal, single digits, and some places in our colder area here. Wow, Spain is pretty cold. Aurelio is only going to warm up to about -1, or that's what he is at right now. They do have some places where they're seeing some warm air come through. The mountains here, of course, -13, -14 in some spots. Natales coming in at about a -2. Paris a +2, so a little bit better. And we do see some very cold temperatures, mid-teens there in the Alps. Moving up, seeing a -5 in Munich. Frankfurt a little bit warmer at 0. Cologne coming in at about, 1 degree. And about the same over there for our wonderful Yvonne. And of course Brussels coming in at 1 degree. Amsterdam, home to, near there. I don't know exactly where, but 2 degrees in Amsterdam. Not so bad. Could be worse, could be better. And we've got 1 degree in Berlin, and Hamburg coming in at 2. And Copenhagen coming in at 0. That is not so good. A little bit cooler in most of Denmark, sliding up a little bit more. We see Oslo is somewhere around a -7. Stockholm a little bit warmer at only a -2. We see about -6 over there in St. Petersburg. Moscow only about 4 degrees below 0 today. Looking at London, looks like the southeastern portion is cold, -2 there in London. And we see a little bit warmer over in Wales, and warmer going up the further north you go, which is really the opposite of what we normally see. 1 in Leeds, and then Glasgow coming in at about 7. Aberdeen about 6 degrees, and very nice in Scotland. Dublin a little bit warmer at 9, and over here in Irish Monk territory we will see. Good night, Leo. Take care, and have a wonderful day over there, and do what you need to do. Don't think you're working today, or are you? Hopefully you'll have a wonderful day anyway. Doolin would be 7 or 8 degrees roughly. Going over to take a look at Reykjavik and see what they are seeing. About 0 on the map. It says 2 Celsius on the weather guessers that Sue brought up. Thanks, Sue. And that is kind of what we see there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of a break, you guys. My voice is really starting to burn. So we need to do that, take a break. And for those good people who want to stick around, we will get into our precipitation and the search for cold temperatures after the break. We'll put you back over to the lava in Hawaii. And that is our Helemaumau crater. And that is Kilauea, of course. Keep smiling, you guys. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Here comes some music. Hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. We are almost there. We see we're at 94 on my screen. For those who haven't hit that like button, let's see if we can get over to 100 today on the stream. It would be really great. I'll be back. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Thanks. And there we go on our final segment. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you on here. Who's got jelly beans? And thank you. Why doesn't the rock island melt? Partially because it is made of lava, and it's sitting in lava. Thank you for the welcome backs, and we'll talk about that in a second. And thank you, Sasha, and John, and Sue, and JB, and Hermione, and Fluffy, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart 2000, Sharon Stewart from Dr. Fox 2000. I hear you. Never mind. I got 12 mubbles. I'm barking tackwards. Got my birds all wixed. Don't give me a hard time. It's okay. Russell, welcome. And not hot enough and not enough pressure, I believe, to melt. That is exactly it. Thank you, Sharon Stewart. And I hear you. I am watching Mount Etna. Yeah, nice to see a little bit more of the dribbling lava from Mount Etna. But let's get over and we'll have a peek at it after. But let's do our precipitation real quick. And we see some snow in northern Alaska, up in the Yukon, a few places, and Northwest Territories. But we do see all along the western coast of from about Vancouver Island on north all the way through into Alaska, that low making a mess. And of course the places like Queen Charlotte Islands here, the rainforest getting rained upon. It is their wonderful rain, and they measure rain in feet or meters over there rather than inches. Anyway, we slide over a little bit. It looks like Alberta's still fairly clear in the interior of British Columbia. What is above Alaska? The ocean. The ocean out there, the Arctic Ocean. So. I'm sorry for being a smart guy, but water. What's above Alaska? Did it stop here? I don't know if it stopped there, but anyway, we see Saskatchewan's got some snow, and Manitoba, of course. Northern portions of Ontario a little bit free and clear. The mermaids live above Alaska. There you go. We see that we've got Quebec has got quite a bit of snow, and again around the eastern Great Lakes areas we've got a lot of snowfall. So places like Buffalo are probably getting nailed again, and that is not so good for them. And the lower portions of Ontario. Looks like not so much snow in the eastern portions, Halifax, Nova Scotia, and looking not so bad. Looks like a little bit of ice rain according to that. We do see New Brunswick has got a little bit of ice rain. Nova Scotia not bad, and Newfoundland not bad. Labrador not bad, but northern Quebec getting nailed with more rain. While we're over here, let's look at the east coast of the U.S. We see this system all the way from the Gulf all the way through, and Grandma B's house included, and that is all the way along, and I'm assuming this will move upward. Hey, it's Metal Omi 54. Welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. Northwest Passage is what's above Alaska. Yep, that is awesome. It's up there somewhere. Yeah, it's cold up there. Frozen Arctic, lots of ice sheets. Yep, I would think so. And we see that storm system, so it looks like Atlanta and those places are just skirting it. So it's going definitely through Georgia and into the Carolinas. and the whole eastern coast of the U.S. is seeing the wrath of that system. Looking over on the west side, they've got a little bit of clearer stuff. We do see Utah's getting some snow, and northern Nevada, and some snow in different locations there in Montana and possibly Idaho, maybe a little bit in Yellowstone as well. We'll see what happens later on, and if they are getting some of it. Looking at Mexico City's getting some rain, and not so bad though in the rest of Mexico and Central America. Not too bad. We do see down here in Panama and those areas, they are getting nailed again. And of course, the rainforest in southern or in northern portions of South America are definitely continuing there with lots of rain, and that includes Peru and northern portions of our Argentinian areas and places like that. Looks like Rio is not getting rain right now, but Sao Paulo possibly, and Brasilia definitely. And there we see actually not so much rain or snow in Chile for a change. That is probably good for them. And sliding over, seeing what we have in New Zealand. Pretty dry for the most part, and we do see a couple spots here of rain, nothing too serious. And sliding over Tasmania, same kind of thing, a few spots in the south and the northeast. Looks like Melbourne is drying. That's why Leo took off. He's going to go taking a look at his volcano over there. And it looks like a system just sitting off the coast here. I don't know which way that's going to go, up or down, but it looks like right now, because of the way that high is pushing it, it's pushing it into the continent there of Australia. We'll see what happens in the future as well. And not so good looking for the Pacific region here. New Caledonia possibly getting some rain. Looks like some nasty storms out north of Fiji as well, and more twirling going on here in the Pacific. And of course, it is a rainy season in our Malaysian, Indonesian, and Philippine areas. So lots of different storms. I'm surprised that Bangkok is a little bit drier, so that's not so bad. Sliding up a little bit. Here we see that low and this low, both taking advantage of beating up Japan. And we see the Sea of Japan's got some snow and another low developing there. Likely going to bring more cold weather across the pond, if you will. And snow up in the northern portions of the Kamchatka Peninsula, as well as the southern portions. Looking at what we see out in the Indian Ocean, a few lows, nothing too severe, not so much rain in India right now. And of course, as we mentioned before, this Shaniso, if I said it right, Shaniso, that storm still hanging around here at Madagascar. I'm surprised it's still there. That's crazy. That's been there like for a week now. So hopefully it'll dry out for them. And we see our rainforesty areas in the south central portions of Africa still doing their thing. North is dry though, that's not so bad. And we see Turkey areas of pretty dry. Piggy's house would be fairly dry right now, but we see this system here, and that is beating up Greece and those places, going up into Albania and countries like that. So Italy is also getting nailed with a bunch of rain. It looks like not so bad there in, not too much rain anyway, in Hang on. Sicily. There we go. Got it. But this system, I bet you, is going to go through our... I was going to say Irish monkland, but he said don't do that. Sardinia. Okay, and we are seeing Spain and Portugal fairly dry. France drying out. A little bit of snow there in the mountains here and there. Not so bad. Some snow in Germany, and that is central Germany kind of going up. That's not that bad. Looking at England, at least with the bad weather, they've got that fog keeping it cold over here. A little bit of rain in the interior of Ireland, and a fog for Irish monk out here, and that is not so good. Looks like Denmark isn't too bad, and the southern end of Sweden, not bad. We see along the coast of Norway, though, they are continuing to get nailed. And then, of course, Finland is getting nailed there. More snow in Iceland, just what they wanted. And that is what we got. We do see this system here. That will eventually move up a little bit if the current conditions continue. And that is kind of the Gulf Stream pushing things, and the circulations are doing their thing. Anyway, let's go have a look and see if we can find our coldest temperatures on the planet, and we'll see if we can finish this stream off. And I already seen a minus 46 there. I bet you it's a minus 47 degrees. I did check earlier. I did see a minus 47, but right now only seeing a minus 46. And maybe we'll find it. We'll find it. Minus 45. Where's that? A 46. We've seen the 46 there. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna see it. Really spotty sometimes. No. Minus 45. We've seen a minus 46 earlier, so we'll have to live with a minus 46 degrees. And that is what I'm going to say for Antarctica. Let's go up to see what we can find in Greenland, which is really, really white. And let's see what we've got there. Minus 51 already, and a minus 50. Let's see, 51. Looking for colder temps. 49 and 45. Let's check out here. Oh, 49 again. And what do we got? Minus 50, 51. And I'm not seeing anything further north. Let's zoom in just a little. Maybe we'll find a spot with a minus 52 or minus 53. And let's see, a minus 51. 48. Nope, nope, nope. Minus 51. Okay, we're getting a warmer again. A minus 51 seems to be... Oh, a minus 52. There we go. And minus 52 in Greenland, which is really white land. All right, a minus 52. Let's see what we can find, if it's anything further north here. I will go with a minus 52 since that's what we've seen on the map. And I'm okay with that. And let's see what we have in the Canadian Arctic. And we'll check our usual cold places. And those are right around here. And that is so far not boding too well. Minus 46. And let's see if we zoom in. Do we find anything colder? Some spots, cold spots. No, minus 40. 42, 44. What about further over here? No, 44, 45, 47. 48, I see. Minus a 48. Yep, not that good right there. Let's see if we can find another spot. It might be colder over here. And some of these fjords coming in. No, 42. That's not that bad. What about further north? Minus a 43. Nope. A warmer down here. Might be a colder up in the great white north here. Minus a 46. And wow, that is really not that cold up there. 46. And they're in the dark, so it's kind of amazing that it wouldn't be a little bit colder like what we see in some of those other places like in Siberia. And let's see if we go a little further north. Minus a 43 up here. 41, nope. 39, that's not so bad. 36, not so bad. And we'll have to see if we can find it. Something colder, a minus. No, I think we are stuck with finding the minus 46 is the coldest that we had. 44, 46. Let's zoom in on that 46 and see if we happen to find anything a little colder. Any 47s in here? Nothing. Minus a 46. Almost tropical if you compare to Siberia. Yep, I think we will have to concede and sit at a minus 46 degrees, or was it a minus 47? And 45, 46, right in here somewhere. 45, 46. Yeah, I'm gonna go with a minus 46 for there in the Arctic. And we'll take a look at Siberia real quick and find some really cold stuff. I didn't check here. No, nothing. Alaska, we see is very cold. But let's take a look and see what we've got in our Siberian places. And they might have some warmer temperatures today. Since the rest of the planet seems to be warmer, we already see a minus 50 there. And let's zoom in on that. So a minus 49, minus 50. And let's see, nothing else around it. A minus 50. And we'll see if we can find some colder stuff. And 49 minus 52. Okay, minus 53. So we're getting there. And minus 54, 55. Let's see, right there, minus 55. And do we have a 56? No. That is pretty cold though. Oh, there's a 56. Minus 56 degrees Celsius. Do we have a minus 57? 53 along that path. 54. 53, 52. No. A minus 54. Hang on. Let's see what we got here. 54. 55. So a minus 56 was the coldest that we found so far. And minus 53 along that river. That is just horribly cold. I can't imagine how people could live in an environment such as that. That is just horrible. Minus 53, 54, all the way along here. And, you know, there's no getting out of it. Minus 55, 54. Yeah, I think a minus 56 is about as good as I can do. And we will leave it as that, so not want to procrastinate any longer. And you know, a guy could search for hours looking for these cold temperatures, but yep, I think a minus 56 is what I've got for Siberia. So that's it for our wonderful cold temps. So how did I do in comparison to Sue? Okay, we tied in the Antarctic continent. And the Arctic, I only got a minus 45. Oh no, hang on, 46. And she found a minus 51. Beat me by 5 degrees. Holy mackerel, Sue. And that is a big difference. That means the blood will freeze in a few seconds less for mine. A few seconds more for yours. And we have tied in Siberia. Okay, and that is all good. So that is awesome. But you know, I think I really want to be somewhere warmer. And let's maybe look over and take a look at the volcano. But I did say we were going to take another peek at our wonderful lava flowing down from Mount Etna, and I want to see if we can see a little bit more of that for a second. And there it is. Yeah, we do have some more lava coming off of Mount Etna, and that is always nice to see. So Etna has not given up the ghost. We'll see what happens for overnight and tomorrow. And on those friendly notes, you guys, it's a time to give it up. And thank you everyone for being here. I see we are at 97 likes. That is awesome. Please, if anyone hasn't hit that like button, let's see what we've got. I'll head out and with the jet to do the airdrops and for the cold animals, the mammoths and the reindeer and the polar bears and the sea lions, and of course the penguins. And the penguins are probably hatching some little ones, or the little ones should be close to being born now, and that is this time of year. So the new penguins are coming, and that'll be wonderful to see them surviving and making it. Anyway, for those who are looking at the screen, of course, that is Helemaumau crater at Kilauea, and that is what we've got going on. Hey, Judy M., a quick question for you. Have you had a look for the wonderful, I know you have snow dropping now, but for that comet, have you had a chance to go peek out there for the comet yet? And like I said, it's over the Big Dipper and heading to the east, so you may be able to see it, and that would be pretty awesome if you can take a look and see it for yourself, Judy. Anyway, on those friendly notes, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, Sue, and really penguinlets. Penguinlets, I guess that's what they call them. Good night, Doc, and everyone. See all of you lava lovers tomorrow. You bet. And tomorrow is Monday. And let's just watch that little overflow on the screen there. And, oh, I guess it doesn't want to overflow very much. And just a little burst. That's all good. So if it would just stay clear. I know, Judy, it's been a horrible weather, and of course right now you got snow, But the next couple of days, you should see that snow moving out of the way, and you'll get a little bit more clear weather. I'm sending it your way, okay? So you should be able to see something. And on that friendly note, it's clear, relatively clear here. We do have a little bit of haze in the sky, but it's not that bad. If it, hopes, keep your fingers crossed, and clear weather will come. Anyway, a good night to everyone, and thank you all for being here. Again, for those good people, I see we're at 98 likes. If there's anyone who hasn't hit that like button yet, please do help us out. And let's see if we can get it over that 100 mark. That would really, really help the stream. Also, a big thank you to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Lucas Snow, and Joseph Fields. I really do appreciate all of you, plus a bunch of other moderators. Sorry for the coughing. And I see we're at 99 likes on my screen. That is awesome. If we could get one more, that would put it up and over, or for me anyway, and would really, really be cool. So thank you kindly, everyone, for being here today. I really do appreciate it. A big thank you to Sharon Stewart for gifting those 5 memberships, of which I seen 3 were gotten. And also thank you very kindly to Perfectability999 for his super chat. And on those friendly notes, that is all we've got. Thank you, Lavaliers. Thank you, Lava family. And I really appreciate each and every one of you. We'll see what tomorrow brings for us. Maybe a little bit more Etna, and that would be really nice. And you see 100, Sue? Okay, yeah, mine still says a 99 over here. And for some reason, it's always 1 less. I have no idea why, but that's what we've got. So anyway, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. And please, most of all, please make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow night, back to regular weekday stream times. Good night, everyone, and take care. Oink, oink.